check. 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 Check.
இப்போ கரெக்ட். Wonderful time together. So let's settle in.
Saharnajm. And I would like to welcome you all to Dubai, and I'd like to welcome you all to Christchurch. So on behalf of Father Jim, who unfortunately could not be with us here today, he's traveling still, wanted to welcome you all here to our home, to our church, and hope you have a good time today. I'd like to take this opportunity also to introduce Archbishop Hassan, Archbishop of Jerusalem and Middle East. Thank you.
Again, good afternoon, everyone, and I'm really delighted to welcome each and every one of you, dear friends, especially to this church, as my dear friend Samuel mentioned, on behalf of Reverend Jim and the congregation of Christ Church here in Dubai. But also I would like to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you on behalf of the province of the Episcopal Church in Jerusalem and the Middle East, and also on behalf of the Diocese of Cyprus and the Gulf. And I really would like to also mention Archdeacon Michael, who is the Archdeacon of the Gulf within the Diocese of Cyprus and the Gulf, and all the clergy that also are present here. So on behalf of all of us, I would like to welcome you all to this important dialogue that we will be engaging in today. And as some of you would know, that the dialogue style of Fiji that we will see today is a very important one, because it invites us to an open and honest conversation and dialogue, especially on difficult issues, difficult matters. And the voice of indigenous people normally, has been at least not so much heard, but now we have more and more awareness of the importance of indigenous voice in different conversations. And I would like just to share with you a short story about myself when it comes to indigenous people. Normally when I say that I come from Jerusalem, people say, oh, nice. So when were you converted, Bishop or Father, at that time? And I would say 2,000 years ago. Just remember that, Jerusalem is the place that welcomed not only Christianity, but it is the most ancient community, Christian community. So therefore, when we engage in such dialogues, there's a lot of ignorance, but also I think the openness just to open our hearts to these conversations and to listen to them, even though they are, and they can be difficult and challenging, but it is an invitation to be in the presence of the divine. So I wish you all a blessed afternoon, and thank you very much again for joining us this afternoon. Ahlan wa sahlan, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, welcome again, and so much appreciating for having us here in Christchurch and from the Anglican Communion to be wonderful, and especially to Samba, who been doing a great work in our planning for this over the years, so very happy for this. I am Henrik Grape. I come from the World Council of Churches, and I work with the climate justice and care for creation. I have a title I always don't forget about, but it's mainly on climate change, I would say, I will be working on. So that's the reason why we're here. I'm also the co-chair of the Interfaith Liaison Committee. The Interfaith Liaison Committee was something that was constructed or was created out of from the UNFCCC Secretariat, who saw that there are faith communities more and more attending COPs, and this is more than 10 years ago. So during that time, they said if we could form a network that we can call the Interfaith Liaison Committee. That could also be a partner in relation to UNFCCC. So there's a long history, more than 10 years, we have been doing this interfaith work together. And this is very much driven by those faith-based organizations attending COPs. It's not so much bringing people from faith communities to say something that they don't know anything about, which happens too often at COPs. It's more to get people who work with this on the ground, because in our different faith communities, there is lots of work related to climate justice. And when we can come together from different faith traditions, that is a very important voice into the discussion that we have on climate. And being around for climate discussions since 2006, I have learned that this issue of climate has moved from being a special interest from environmental nerds to going into the central of all the politics today. So this is very the central issues of the future, but also what we are doing today, and it's so much related also to the justice issue. How do we live on this earth together in peace with earth and in peace with each other? And that is why we think it's so important to have this dialogue. So we will have a panel, we will have breakout session, and that is the important part, where you meet together with others to discuss. And from that discussions, you will bring 2 or 3 bullet points that you will share with us who are doing this work, and we will create a call out of that. Because we have been doing this dialogue, the Interfaith Talanoa dialogue, for some years now, and for the last years we have also created a call. And to me that has been, there is so much knowledge, there are so much of experience in this room on these issues. If we just collect a part of this, that is a very powerful call from people of faith traditions actually working on climate change. So we could be lots of more people here, but you are so central who is being here, because you can contribute to this. So it's not only listen to panels, it's also contributing. And then in the end, we will have a kind of ceremony to meditation, reflection over the issues, and we will have a light meal in the end. And now, not so light. So please, Valerian, I have probably forgot many things, but please.
We change mic. Yeah. Thank you. My name is Valerian Bernard, and I am representing the Brahma Kumaris within the UN Human Rights Group in Geneva. And here we have been working together in this Interfaith Liaison Committee as co-chairs I'm a co-chair since the beginning, so many of you have become very dear friends, and thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting this very important work, because most of you are doing a lot of work on the ground. What your ground is can be working in advocacy, as many do here. It can be working with grassroots people. It can be working with your prayers. It can be running workshops to educate others. It takes so many forms, I can't even describe all of them. So we have a challenge this year. We are facing a new COP, the COP28. We are in an amazing place. We've been, all of us, doing advocacy for keep it on the ground, if you know what I mean. And we are, out of all places, the place where it's being sold out of the ground. So it's a fantastic opportunity to look at the contradictions that our modern world is bringing. And I think that all of us as faith people are bringing here the wisdom of peace, the wisdom of kindness and compassion, as well as inclusivity. And I think that our work really is important, because this ethical attitude, this heart attitude that we have is what is needed for the COPs to become successful. As you know, politicians find it difficult to take decisions for the people, and I think we are there to remind them, whether it is through our attitude, our work, our smiling faces, or our tired faces, but we are there to remind that everybody is important on this world and that the planet is sacred, nature is sacred. So I don't want to go on. We have some very good people whom we have invited to speak to us about the important topics that this COP will be taken care of, hopefully. Some haven't been able to come because, as you know, everything is delayed at the COP. This is the usual trend. So I will call you, and please come and sit here on these chairs. So first I would like to call on Jerry Pillai and Sister Genti. And I would also like to call on Lindsay Fedcook, as well as Alexandra. I didn't write your full name, and it's very long, so sorry, Alex. Please do come and sit together. We have one of our colleagues who couldn't come was going to take 3 topics, and we have 3 friends who are going to do it. James Bagon, please come with us here. We have the voice of youth as well, with some youth from Brazil. Karina, please come and sit here. And we also have the voice of Indigenous people, who is so important. Chebon, if you could come and sit on the stage, we would appreciate it. So I think that I haven't forgotten anyone. And we are going to start with you, Jerry, today. So we are going to sit with you, and we're going to moderate, actually probably pass the mic more than anything.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this panel and to share some words with you. It is really great to see such a diverse community of people, faith community folk, who are gathered here today. And I think your presence speaks volumes about the fact that you see climate emergency as a very serious matter, and your presence here is to actually help focus and mobilize on this particular topic. And so it's good to be in this church and to be part of these conversations today, and to be part of the COP28 outlook as we come together to make contributions. And the question is, why are we here in the first place? Now, we are here at COP28 to bring the ethical, moral, and spiritual voice on the existential challenge of our generation. And that's an important factor, because very often we don't think that faith communities should or have to play a part in certain aspects. I remember some years back when I was in my church in South Africa at that time, and we were having this discussion on climate change. And one of the very astute theologians in the church stood up and said, "Why are we discussing this? It's not our task. Let's leave it to the scientist." And I got up after him, being somewhat agitated, and said, "Do you understand that those scientists that you are talking about are people who sit in your pews every Sunday? And therefore, we have an obligation and a responsibility as faith people to be directing them as well, to bring in their faith and beliefs into these conversations of what people classify as science." And we know that we cannot leave the issue of climate change to just the politicians and the scientists. Faith communities have to play a very, very significant role. If we look at it realistically, more than 85% of the world's population have some faith expressions. And if that is the case, then do we not have the right to actually speak into this context as communities of faith experiencing people, bringing in our views, our religious perspectives into play as we try to understand these things? Now, we saw that actually happen also in the historic Paris Climate Conference that took place, which was COP21 in 2015, when representatives of 196 countries agreed to take steps to limit global warming to well under 2 Celsius, and ideally at 1.5 Celsius. But we know that these targets are far from being met, and we know that the goalposts have been shifted all the time. And so now, 8 years later, after the Paris Agreement, and with some sobering scientific report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, it is clear that our governments have been terribly slow to act. It is clear that so much more needs to be done, and this begs the question, what exactly is missing? The most recent assembly of the World Council of Churches, held in Karlsruhe in Germany last year in September, said this. It said the climate emergency is an ethical, moral, and spiritual crisis manifested in a fixation on profit. The political will to tackle the climate emergency is lacking because there is also a dearth of moral courage to address the roots of the crisis. Now, as communities of faith gather here at COP28, our role is to call our leaders to a profound and rapid change of heart, from a self-centered and anthropocentric narrative to an understanding that we are all deeply interconnected in the web of life. My well-being is interwoven with your well-being. Human well-being is interwoven with the well-being of all others on earth. The African word for this is Ubuntu, and a lot of you might know that word. And the word Ubuntu really means, I am because of you. I exist because I belong. I am part of a community. I am part of a bigger thing. This expresses interconnectedness, integration, and interdependence. Human beings, animals, plants, and all creation are interdependent for the Earth's survival and sustainability. Thus, we need to move from comparative approaches and greed for more collaborative ways of living and a radical sharing of resources. Our role is to hold governments, international and public institutions and corporations to account, saying enough to the greed that undergirds relentless fossil fuel exploitation and consumption, and calling, among others, for sufficient climate finance, the authorization of the loss and damage, a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, and a just transition to an economy powered by renewables in ways that uphold indigenous and children's rights, as well as leave no workers, communities, or nations behind. As people of faith, our role is to lift up the voices of the vulnerable and marginalized, who are least responsible for the climate crisis, and to support and empower those most impacted by climate change, and who often know best how to build a more climate resilient planet. This is a matter of justice. Our role is to speak with not only simply on behalf of, our role is to speak with and not just simply on behalf of women, indigenous people, and youth. We need to recognize the invaluable contributions of women and to nurture women leaders, as we know that women are better attuned to the impacts of climate change and to tend to priorities that takes responsibility for the well-being of families and communities. We need to learn deeply from indigenous peoples, not only because they are very often protectors of the most vulnerable lands and water bodies with high levels of biodiversity, but also because indigenous spirituality and cosmology can transform our human-centered perspectives towards more holistic and biocentric standpoints that eliminate our interdependence in the whole web of life. And we need to listen to our young people and children who are asking us, whether in front of our parliament buildings or out in the streets, to protect the future by taking action now. It is our role as communities of faith to convey and nurture hope in spite of, and perhaps especially at a time when all signs and indicators are pointing towards a dismal future. The IPCCC reports offer a clear science-based roadmap out of the climate crisis. We know what needs to be done and how to do it. The way forward is a climate resilient and equitable models of development that integrate actions to curb emissions from measures to adapt to climate change in ways that enhance people's health and livelihoods, while at the same time reducing hunger, poverty, and inequality, and delivering clean energy, water, and air for all. At COP28, we need to spread a gospel of hope in action, because hope lies in action now. We want to see the flourishing of people and planet. This is going to come about not only through prayer, but more particularly through engaged action to make the earth a better, safer, and stable place for all creation. And perhaps in concluding to say that it starts with us as faith communities. We shouldn't be asking this just of others. We shouldn't be preaching without practicing. We need to live in very responsible ways as good stewards of the earth, but we also need to lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you so much for touching upon so many important topics of the COP today and bringing those who have a voice that's not heard. Thank you so much. I would like now to give the word to Lindsay and Alexandra. Both of them are going to take together the topic of stocktake. It is such an important topic for this COP, and they're uniting to give us the best possible vision of where we're at and what it means. Thank you.
Is this, yeah, this is working. Hello everyone, I'm Alex, and I will just share briefly about that thing that is being negotiated right now in COP28 that is called the global stocktake. So the global stocktake was something that was agreed during the Paris Agreement in 2015, and the vision was to have a moment of stock-taking as to where we are in terms of our climate actions, and very importantly, how can we ratchet it up? So how can we increase ambition? And it was always meant to really guide the national actions, to guide the nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, so that these can become, basically that it can be like a humanitarian competition almost in a way, no? That really ambition inspires ambition. And of course we know that there are lots of challenges, but so for 2 years, the past 2 years, there was a phase that was called technical dialogue. So that phase is over. During that technical dialogue, there were several inputs. It was pretty participatory. And now at COP28, we are reaching the political phase. So it will be the political decision. And so it's going to be challenging. They started to discuss it in June during the pre-meeting. And they will likely start tonight to continue the discussions. And as civil society, what we felt is really important is that this, as it will be a political outcome, that it can really give clear messages. And so one of the clear message will be about fossil fuel, and so that there can be really a fair, equitable, fast phase out of fossil fuels, of all fossil fuels. That the role of nature can be recognized. Sometimes in the climate space, nature is very instrumentalized. It's just seen as a carbon sink. But that we can really recognize the integrity of ecosystems of which we are part, and so that we can really see biodiversity and climate as the solution to move forward. And very importantly, that it includes, I think that is what everybody wants, including states, but that it includes a clear roadmap for concrete actions, concrete guidance on how to make these nationally determined contributions more ambitious. So, for instance, some of the things that civil society is really pushing for is that there could be a guidance on human rights. So what does it mean to have a nationally determined contribution, to think of climate action from a human rights perspective, meaning that it is participatory, and then, of course, respecting really other rights, land rights, tenure rights, etc. And so we really hope that it will not be like an empty decision, and that it will be really strong, because that would also give a signal that we are ready to move forward. And the other really sticky point, of course, is finance. Finance is always the sticky point in this process. So, yeah, there are battles on the structure and of this decision and what would it imply for finance. And maybe my last point would be that it might be interesting for you to know that the youth is also preparing a youth stocktake about youth participation, meaningful participation, both in the process and at the grassroots. And they will advocate, they hope, that this can also become part of the global stocktake in the future. As it's seen to be, it's the first global stocktake, but there will be more. I'm going to stop here and give it to you, Lindsay.
Salam alaikum. My name is Lindsay. I'm with the Quaker United Nations office, and I wanted to add a few things which, as Alex has pointed out, are also faith calls. So when you're going in those rooms, you can push for these boundaries to be wider. The global stocktake in many ways is what we're doing tonight. Where have we been? Where are we now? And where do we need to go? We need it to be honest. And the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has just given its 6th assessment report, 7 years in the making, with the same answers. We need to make sure that the global stocktake is grounded in the realities that they're highlighting. But it's also about naming the hurt in the room. Many countries want us to see what we haven't done, what we should have done, primarily developed countries. That's called pre-2020, and we need to honor that. Because when we're looking forward, we need to learn from those lessons. So finally, I would just want to share, I was asked to be on an expert panel for the technical dialogues at the COP27, and as a faith voice there, I pushed some boundaries, and I want to share some of those with you. Some of those boundaries, we talk about human rights-based approaches. How do we do climate action that respects human rights, indigenous people's rights, nature, youth, etc.? We also talked about being honest, and we talked about money and power, and how money and power needs to shift, because energy ownership should be in communities and with individuals, and not solely centralized, and the money that is made with the damage that can happen. We talked about debt reduction. That's coming into these COPs. Talk about reducing debt so the poorest can actually afford climate action and not be constantly repaying. And we talked about shifting military spending. There you go, another faith call. We need to get it pushed in there. Put money not into killing people with weapons, but money into loss and damage, adaptation and mitigation. And finally, not only the sort of reducing of fossil fuels, reducing extraction, reducing subsidies, but not embracing this myth that somehow we pump emissions into the ground and carry on as if fossil fuels are fine. That's the real narrative being pushed here. We need to challenge it, that renewable energies, that reduction of energy, that living more sustainably is actually the way forward for our children. And finally, we said Stop imprisoning and killing our environmental defenders, that all lives should be cherished. Thank you.
I really thank both of you. So the proper name is Dr. Alexandra Masako Gosenzishi. She's from Sokagakai, and our other friend is Lindsay Vedro-Cook, and she's with the CUNO, and both of them have jumped in the soup just about 20 minutes ago. So thank you so much for your kind words and putting us up to date. It's my pleasure now to introduce and give the floor to Reverend Siobhan Kennel. He's from the Indigenous community, and he will tell us more of which. And he's also a reverend from the United Methodist Church.
Mado Chabon Colonel Chahotip Kados. It's my pleasure to be with each one of you relatives to come and share a little bit about Indigenous perspectives, specifically on our COP gathering and in conversations on what we can do as people of faith and communities that respond to this need that we have normalized, this crisis that surrounds us day in and day out. And I'm even struck by the last comments about stop killing our defenders. We have accepted it as reality all across the world when it's a fact that Indigenous communities in every region suffer violence every day and risk their lives just to say, keep the water clean, keep the air clean, stop destroying our forest, something that seems so simple, but yet we see lives being taken every moment of every day. And even I stand here today for the first time in the history, the country that I come from, is that working? Is the United States, and I'm Seminole and Muskogee indigenous peoples that come from the southeastern part of that country. We have been dispossessed of our homelands and were forced and removed to the central portion of the U.S. because it was thought to have been of no value until they began to extract petroleum and oil, and then they took that land from us. But I stand here because I go back to our homelands, our ancestral domains frequently, places that our ancestors have inhabited for nearly 20,000 years in that location. And right now, for the first time in history, we have folks that are going back, defending those lands from being destroyed. But for the first time in history, in the United States, a land defender was killed while trying to protect the forest. They were living in tree sits to keep the trees from being cut down. In January of 2023, Manuel Paez Terán was the first person who lost their life trying to protect the forest. And they went by the name of Tortuguita. And so I speak in honor of that because we've accepted that. Because the reality is, when we think about a conversation of our climate, we think about the wellness of this Earth Mother, we think about indigenous peoples, that's where it begins for us, the right to exist. And so it begins with our ability to be able to exist in ways of life that have been on this Earth Mother for millennia upon millennia, to be able to practice the spiritualities, to be able to practice the subsistence livings, to be able to practice the sense of reciprocity of not just extracting and taking from this earth to commodify and to sell, but realizing we are not stewards of this earth by no means. It is this Earth Mother that in fact is a steward of us, and she has been faithful to the human species, because we all stand here today and we've been given every necessity of life that we could imagine, from food, from water to conveniences, and we have it. We're the ones that have forgotten to be grateful for that gift, and we continue to take from her, from this earth. So today, when we think about an indigenous perspective on our conversations, my hope is that we can walk together in this journey, that we can somehow tell the world to respect our existence, allow us that freedom to exist as our ancestors did, because there was a wisdom there. Something was right in those ways of life. All across the world, no matter what region you go to, something was right because those systems of living were there 20, 30 times as long as what we've seen go on today. I say that because what I mean is that in just about 250 years, we have done more damage to this earth than in previous 20,000 years. There's wisdom in indigenous cultures that we're trying to perpetuate. And so that's where I begin, or I start and try to ask us to respect our way of life, to allow us that freedom to show and to teach whoever might listen, to walk with us on that journey to defend our way of life. And so when we come into this environment, that's where it begins, because we're very skeptical when we come here, because how do we trust the systems and mechanisms that are in place that cause this damage now to propose the solution to the damage? We challenge that notion, and we ask that you respect the existence of solutions that are already there if we allow them to flourish, if we stop doing violence, if we allow them to teach us and say, you know what, we will not extract any more in whatever form or fashion. The last thing that I'll share as my time is getting away from me is that everything in the cosmology of indigenous peoples, from the protection of indigenous women to the use of our languages to the use of our spirituality, it all connects us back to this earth, to land. Stop taking land from indigenous peoples. It's our very existence that is connected to it. The language that we speak, the clans that we come from, the spiritualities, the medicines that we use to take care of ourselves comes from this earth. It's our mother. It's not something that we just think about as something that is figurative. It's the very essence of how we were born into existence. It's our way of life. All the elements of this earth, from fire to air to water to the earth that we walk on, all have a significance in every region of the world. And those are the very things that we see coming under subject of being harmed today. At this moment in time, the number one solution, if you want to end climate disruption, allow indigenous peoples to stay on their land and watch how we live and live the same way accordingly. Today, there is nothing that is more threatening to governments, there is nothing more threatening to entities, extractive corporations out there, than to say, allow indigenous peoples to stay on their land. And so today, that's what my hope is that we bring this message as indigenous peoples to whoever may listen, whether it's a COP gathering or whether it's a gathering of a faith community, whoever it may be, because we did not get into the situations on our own that we find ourselves in. But we hope that you will walk with us as we get out of these situations, and hopefully we'll still be here for many generations to come, even though I start to stand here and I wonder if my grandchildren will have indigenous peoples who are still practitioners of their way of life to come and talk to groups like this in just one generation from now. That may not be the case. So today it is our hope that whoever may listen, that we can journey together, that we can walk together to respect the existence of each other, especially if we come into this moment as people who believe in a spirituality, people who believe in a faith, people who are surrounded by spiritual texts and holy writing that are inundated with the concept of losing one's own self-identity for your neighbor, losing one's self-understanding so that the person walking next to you can have a good way of life. Today, my hope and my invitation is that we can walk together and we can help end the suffering, and that we can find solutions that aren't false, that aren't just ways to keep extracting different terminology, but truly will be the respecting of existence of our indigenous cultures and identities before any more harm can be done. Because this isn't something that's going to happen in the future. These are conversations and solutions we should have came up with 50 years ago, because we're already being displaced. We are already losing our lives. Our communities are already having to uproot because of safety, of going to other places, because of what we see with the warming climate. But with that, I just want to share that little bit, and that's what we bring to these gatherings, these conversations. Mado jige jisje. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing all your people in the room. You managed it. Thank you so much. It is my pleasure now to introduce Sister Genti. She has been with this COPs for a few years now, about 10 years, and she's representing the Brahma Kumaris at the UN in Geneva, as well as being now one of the directors of the Brahma Kumaris internationally. So please, Sister Genti, would you give us the perspective that you would share in terms of ethics and morals and spirituality?
Thank you, and a greeting of peace to each and every one. Om Shanti, which means I am peace. And I want to thank the Church for providing this beautiful space for us to be in. It's really, really very conducive to this type of dialogue. And all the speakers have given great insights, but I was very moved by my brother speaking about the Indigenous people, so thank you for sharing from your heart. I'd like to bring two words into this discussion, and that is compassion and connection. The word compassion came into play into our language during COVID times, and towards the end of that period of 2-3 years, many people were talking about compassion deficit. It was like we'd run dry. We'd given so much on an external level to others that we ourselves felt dry and bereft of that. But I do believe that in the spiritual context of what's going on within the world today, I feel it's very important to touch upon the aspect of compassion for each and every person on this planet. We heard about Ubuntu, and yes, I agree, it's a beautiful concept and very much part of the philosophy of life. We have a similar concept in India, and it's called Vasudhaiva Kutumba. It's the idea of one family, and of course it's also the concept of one home, one planet that we all share. And so when there's compassion for my own inner being, realizing that there's a lot of healing to be done inside for many, many different factors, but coming to that awareness of my eternal existence, I then find myself having compassion for my human family. Then whether it's the indigenous people, or whether it's the small islands, or whether it's a place like London where we have huge numbers of people who are homeless and looking for food, going to food banks, something that wasn't there just 10 years ago or even 5 years ago. So to have compassion for my human family is so important. But then to extend it further to compassion for all living creatures, and the violence we have inflicted on all of them is part of the story of the extinction of species. And then compassion for nature. Truly, nature has served us with abundance, with generosity. Nature has given us everything. And so at this moment, is it possible for me to turn it around and have compassion for nature also, so that I'm able to treat nature with the respect and the dignity that is right? Just as compassion for human beings is important, equally for all forms of life and nature itself. And I think if we can come back to the awareness of the sanctity of nature and the sacredness of nature, then with compassion we'll try and put right the things that have gone wrong. And yes, it's been human greed, human aggression, violence that has created the state that we're in today. And we've forgotten about connections. And I think it's because we lost the connection with ourselves, with our own inner being. When I'm out of touch with myself, I've lost that connection with the love, the peace, the joy, the truth that is actually innate within the human soul. And having lost that connection, I try and find it outside. And of course, that's led us to consumerism and materialism and the destruction of the world. And so coming back to the connection within and the connection with the divine, I think then, yes, it's possible to come back to the connection with all forms of life and nature itself. The biggest connection I have with nature is this precious body of mine. This is nature's gift to me, to I, the soul. And if I can care for this, I can also care for the world out there and nature outside. So compassion allows me to come to the awareness of this interconnectedness that holds us together in the web of life. And losing that connection and losing my compassion means that there's a lot of work that now needs to be done in order to repair all of this. And so the message of spirituality is to come back to the awareness of who I am and the connection with myself and the connection with the divine. And I hope that at this COP, there's going to be more discussion about the need for compassion and how to be able to emerge it within the self and express it towards each, every one, and everything here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Jinti, for bringing the relationship with the self in this conversation this afternoon. I would like to call upon Karina now. She's with the LWF, the Lutheran World Federation. And I will also call Elena, because Elena's going to be her translator today. So maybe you can speak from the podium, Elena. And we will have a projector to help. Karina is from Brazil, and the word is yours.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Talanoa dialogue. I will speak English, Spanish, or you can speak the speech screen. Read, okay? Buenas tardes. En nombre de la Federación Luterana Mundial, doy la bienvenida a todos a una nueva edición del Diálogo Interreligioso de Talanoa. Es un honor para mí formar parte de este panel. Soy Karine Wendland, miembro de la Iglesia Evangélica Luterana en Brasil, una de las 149 iglesias miembro de la Federación Luterana Mundial. Y también formo parte del Foro de Justicia Climática para América Latina y el Caribe. Hablo aquí desde el sur global. Formo parte de la delegación de la FLM en la COP, que incluye a representantes de todos los continentes, lo que subraya nuestra confianza en el poder de la juventud para provocar cambios hacia la justicia climática internacional. El cambio climático afecta de manera desproporcionada a los medios de subsistencia de los pobres y más vulnerables de todo el mundo, especialmente aquellos que a menudo se enfrentan a diversas formas de discriminación y marginalización, como las mujeres que viven en la pobreza, los jóvenes, los niños, las personas con discapacidad y los pueblos indígenas. El cambio climático es una cuestión de justicia. La FLM se ha comprometido con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el cambio climático desde hace muchos años. Como organización confesional, contribuimos activamente en áreas en las que tenemos experiencia, especialmente dando voz a las comunidades más vulnerables y abordando cuestiones de justicia climática. En esta COP28, como jóvenes, hacemos un llamamiento a todos los gobiernos y otras partes interesadas para que hagan todo lo posible para garantizar que los jóvenes estén incluidos en todas las políticas y acciones climáticas. Deben establecerse oportunidades y procesos para crear capacidades y permitir que los jóvenes participen y contribuyan de manera significativa. El cambio climático es una cuestión de justicia intergeneracional y los jóvenes tienen una importante contribución que hacer. En la COP28 es fundamental para aumentar la ambición de justicia climática, ya que estamos casi a 1.1 grados centígrados y según la Organización Meteorológica Mundial, hay una probabilidad de 50% de que el aumento de la temperatura global alcance los 1.5 grados en los próximos 5 años. El sexto informe de la evaluación del Grupo Intergubernamental de Expertos sobre el Cambio Climático, IPCC, no hace más que reafirmar los efectos catastróficos del calentamiento global por encima de 1.5 grados. Y que sin una inmediata y profunda reducción de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero en todos los sectores, lo más probable es que se pierda la última oportunidad de limitar el calentamiento global a 1.5 grados. En este contexto, hacemos un llamamiento a todas las partes para que participen en las negociaciones climáticas a entablar un diálogo constructivo y orientado a resultados concretos sobre pérdidas y daños, que se proporcionen los recursos para el Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños. Hay mucho que hacer en esta COP28 y el tiempo es limitado. Sin embargo, como jóvenes y organizaciones basadas en la fe, estamos acá también con esperanza, con fe y que aún podemos cuidar nuestra casa común. El cambio climático afecta a todos, algunos grupos más que otros. Que sejamos para ellos oídos atentos, manos dispuestas y abiertas al diálogo interreligioso con las bases y raíces en la tierra. Un bendecido encuentro para nosotros hoy y una COP de acción.
Thanks so much, Karina, for bringing the importance of youth and bringing the intergenerational justice and the human rights of youth. It is essential, and you also brought Latin America in the room, so thank you very much for this. Last but not least, James Bagwan is the representative of the Pacific Council of Churches. He's been at this COPs for many years, and he's got an amazing voice to share with all of us. And he's going to talk to us today on the importance of finance for loss and damage.
May I first begin by acknowledging the sacred space that we're in, especially as a father of two Anglicans. It's nice to be in this space. I also want to acknowledge that before we arrived, before buildings were built in this place, there were ancestors who walked on these desert sands. And so we acknowledge those who have come before us and those who will come after us. And as a Fijian, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to engage in a Talanoa. Talanoa is about the sharing of stories. Talanoa invokes two very important aspects. In Fijian, we use the word mana and the word dina. Mana refers to the power of the spirit. And dina is about truth. So the power of speaking our truth. And I want to acknowledge the very powerful truth-telling that we have heard already this afternoon. In the context of the Loss and Damage Fund that we understand is going to be approved, possibly even today, we will hear much talk about the operationalizing, just like we struggle with non-proliferation. Getting this system up and running, this Loss and Damage Fund up and running. And then we will start to hear many countries making their pledges about how much that they will put into the Loss and Damage Fund. I think it's important that we temper the excitement with the understanding that we are still waiting for countries to make good on their pledges to the Green Climate Fund for adaptation. And I will say on behalf of our Pacific churches who, at the Pacific Church Leaders Meeting in the Marshall Islands, vulnerable coral island atolls nation, earlier this year, said that without focusing and action on mitigation, keeping to the 1.5, or the adequate funding in terms of adaptation, loss and damage funding is like 30 pieces of silver. And even more strongly, just 2 weeks ago, our General Assembly from the Pacific said that money that comes at the cost of lives is blood money. And so we recognize that it's while we look at these new announcements and these new initiatives and movements on things that we have been asking for, we cannot turn the attention away from trying our best to keep to 1.5 degrees. That we need to continue to help those communities who are trying to adapt to the impact of climate change. But loss and damage is very important. Not only the economic loss and damage in terms of development, infrastructure, buildings, businesses, etc., that are affected in the context of climate change, but for many of us in this room, we have been advocating for non-economic loss and damage. The understanding, and everyone who has spoken about something that is going to be lost as the impact of climate change. The impact of climate change on homes and communities, the impact of climate change on women and children, and the increased conflict for resources that will become more and more scarce. The impact of climate change in the non-economic sense of our spirituality, of our relationship with one another and with this planet. The impact of climate change on our indigenous communities, who have to relocate, who will be losing more of their land at an increased rate as the land is impacted by rising sea levels, by droughts, floods, bushfires. And in the context of all of that, our response and the resources to develop the responses that are spiritual, that are pastoral, that are culturally appropriate, are all not one size fits all. And so we need to develop specific contextual responses to the trauma, the grief, the pain that people are experiencing. How do we do that? You cannot expect a community that is suffering the impacts of climate change and trauma to fund the work to dealing with that trauma. You can't expect them to pay for the pastoral care, the psychosocial, spiritual support that they need. Because the very people who need to be providing that are also going through that trauma. You have to help people leave their ancestral homes where their ancestors, their loved ones are buried. And in my context, that will be disappearing under the sea. And they need that cultural protocols and rituals that will help them with their grief. So the question is then, who pays for that? So these things are things that need to be factored into the development of formulas around loss and damage. And of course, it is very important that the most affected, who are often also the least responsible for climate change, have access to those funds first. Just something for us to reflect and think on as we start to hear the announcements that will be coming out in the next few hours around the Loss and Damage Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, for your words and for bringing the non-physical, the aspect of non-physical loss to our conversation. This is the end of this panel. We now have these small group dialogues. As Henrik was telling you earlier, these small dialogues are very important because we want to be able to bring your voices to the table of the COP and the UNFCCC in the next few days. So on the basis of the conversations that you are going to have with the spirit you're going to put into it and the heart you're going to put into it, we hope to capture the essence that we will be able to call for COP this year. So we have got many groups. We know that the COP was delayed, so we know that many people weren't able to join us on time. We have the first group is climate change and intergenerational justice. So we will have it in the room number 4. We have Indigenous people's participation in the negotiations. That will be in room 6. And the gender inclusive climate action and the gender plan of action will be also in room 6, as well as the climate finance. You don't have to remember too much. We have put boards on the room's doors upstairs, so don't worry if you get a little bit lost. Then we'll have mitigation and ending fossil fuels, just transition. That will happen at the back of the church because it was a big group on the registration. Then we'll have global goals and adaptation. You will be in room 2 upstairs. Loss and damage in room 5 upstairs. The global stocktake process in room 5 upstairs, as well as human rights in the negotiations in the room 5 upstairs. Food systems and agriculture will be in room 7. You have 3 ways to go upstairs. If you come out here and you turn left, there is stairs going up, or at the back of the church, there is to your right a lift as well as a staircase. So when you get to the first floor, you will be seeing these boards that we have put on the doors. As we were saying earlier, there is 3 fundamental questions that the Talanoa dialogue looks at. Where are we at? So in this topic that you have chosen, where are we at? And then where do we want to get? Where do we want to go to? Your vision for the future. And the third one is how we're going to get there. So this is a very good process because it allows you to dream and project and visualize and also come back to practicalities. You have people in each group that know about the topic, but it's not about giving a talk, it's about reflecting together. So maybe we could end here with 1 minute of silence to honor everything that has been said in this room, and then we can go into the different rooms unless I forgot to say something and Henrik remembers what it is. There is also people who have registered online. We have about, I think, around 50 of them. And so they will also do the same work online and contribute to the call. So 1 little minute of deep peace, inner peace. And I would really like to thank all the people that came on this panel today for the contribution you made and the spirit you brought to it. I think Henrik wants to say something. We have the dialogue for 1 hour.
Yes, I was supposed to say that. But repetition is something that you learn from. So I say it again. We have 1 hour for the Interfaith Talanoa in the groups. Some leaders are there to lead the discussion or to actually see that you come together to talk. You need somebody to just pick up like 2 or 3 bullet points from your discussion and say, this is the most essential that we take from our reflections, our discussions, and you bring it back to us, and we will work with that material later. So 1 hour, and then we come back. We will probably go begging you to come back because you will not finish in 1 hour. You will have so much to talk about.
And we have for you some flip charts. So this will be distributed here. Philip has brought them all the way from Australia. And please also, when you have finished, you bring them here so that we can see a little bit what happened in each group. And these 4 bullet points, please share them with Henrik and I by email so we can work with the colleagues here, some of the colleagues here on this call. And then we'll have the service.
Yes, and this is the very special flip charts all the way from Australia that Philip is sharing with us. So please pick one, take with you, and there are some Sharpies, or what do you call them, to write with. And upstairs you will find the rooms. And I hope you remember what group you signed up to. And if not, you can maybe just guess.
And afterwards, there will.
Yes. So I'm so glad to see many of you are coming back. Sorry for that, I shouldn't move. Please come back. We have a very interesting exhibition in the front here. I would like you to come back. This is great to see that people are actually talking to each other. So much to talk about, and I'm happy that you find a possibility for talking to each other. Yes, I'm just talking to myself, but I'm happy with that. I agree on everything I say. So please, will you come back? Nobody listened to me anyway. No. So please. Wow.
To sit with a guitar.
Yes. Yes, it's there. It's live stream. Yes, he left. So please come and be seated. We have some great stuff on the floor in front of here from the group's discussions. I understand from the great noise here that it has been valuable for all, and you're very happy for meet each other and talk to each other, and we will not going to finish this, but we are going to have a kind of moment for reflection, a moment for meditation that Bishop Philip has prepared, and many of us will take part in it. So please have a seat. Yeah, please come with your flip chart and lay it. And after the this is like a kindergarten talking to it, but it's nice. I love kids. Yeah, you're the one. So, yeah, that's nice of you. You're nice. So. So please come back and have a seat, and we calm down for some minutes, and we will leave this to Bishop Philip to lead us, and we will have some piano music as a start.
practice, which is so vivid from our conversations. Some lovely folk will offer from their spiritual practice in a moment. When I was preparing earlier today, I was writing on the ground, and Shamir, who's been looking after us so well, saw what I was doing, and he turned it into a nice picture. But it was three intersecting circles. Dream big. Do good things together, and make sure you have a lot of fun in the process. And Shabir might put it up there and tick to go along with the world spinning in space, but it's really us at our best anyway. Dreaming big, doing good things together, and having some fun, enjoying each other's company along the way. There it is. Ta-da. And that's the kind of people we like to be working with, and that's us here now. So let's be still a moment. Perhaps just a simple practice of the senses. Just look around, take in what you can see, one another. Light. Listen to what we can hear, which echoes from our conversations, which is now. We'll soon be tasting nice things. We feel the solid ground under our feet, feeling of church pews. You might like to close your eyes. A few deep breaths in and out. Each breath a reminder of the gift of life on our tiny planet in this wondrous universe. Ourselves in the web of life. Just a little more wonderful piano from Ol Andreas, and then each of these contributions of dear folks' spiritual practice offered to us. forward the fruit of our conversations, our deep yearnings for what can be in these coming days at COP28. Rabbi Yonatan begins our contributions.
I'll start with a short song. It's in Hebrew. The words are Oseh Shalom Bimromav, Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu ve'al Kol Yisrael ve'al Kol Ha'olam. That may God bring peace to all peoples in the world. Oseh Shalom Bimromav, Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu ve'al Kol Yisrael ve'al Kol Ha'olam ve'imru Amen. Maybe we can sing a little together. Dai 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 dai. Dai 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 dai. Dai, 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 dai. As I said earlier, the ecological crisis is a spiritual crisis. It's about how we live as human beings, as spiritual beings in a physical reality. It's not just about the birds and the bees, the trees and the toads, and it's not just about fossil fuels and carbon and decarbonization. The ecological crisis has deep spiritual roots: greed, apathy, short-term thinking, arrogance. And the ecological climate crisis has spiritual solutions: humility, long-term thinking, caring for other people, caring for other creatures. The only people in the world who can deliver those spiritual solutions are people who are engaged in spiritual practice. And therefore, the ecological crisis requires that the 85% of people that affiliate with a religion wake up and take action and do what Pope Francis calls the ecological conversion. So I just want to give us a blessing. My prayer: please God, open our hearts to the deep change that's required at this moment from a focus on consumerism and materialism to a focus on spirituality, family, and community. Please God, bless this conference, this gathering of representatives of humanity to succeed in its efforts to try to turn around our collective ship so that the next generation can inherit a thriving, spiritually aware, and sustainable society. Thank you.
All this time we were discussing with so many points, and we have come out with great ideas and all. So we allow that all great ideas to be as a seed form, and our silence was a meditation. We water that with the positive vibrations. So for that we will all sit in silence for the meditation. So where we just think about all that and make it like a seed, and giving powerful vibrations to that seed of thoughts so that it becomes powerful and give the results out of it. So we will all sit back straight. In this powerful environment, I allow this silence to get into my mind. Which helps me to experience peace. All the thoughts are becoming calm. I emerge the power from this silence. And allow that to flow in the body. And that energy is being radiated into the environment. I am harmonizing myself with my mind, the body, and the environment around me. The environment is also becoming peaceful and pleasant. It's just the reflection of my mind. The peace in the mind is radiated. The environment becomes peaceful. I start giving attention towards my thoughts. In this powerful state of mind, the thoughts are being empowered. I'm looking everything happening in front of me, and the world is becoming the better place for everyone to live in. Seeing everyone living happily in that. With the powerful, positive thoughts, positive vibrations are being radiated. It helps everyone to harmonize and live happily with the environment. Thank you.
There's great beauty in silence and meditation. I have a prayer, but I want to first again hold the silence and bring in the prayer. To close our eyes for a moment again and listen to God. I offer this prayer. We pray for the decision makers. We pray for the negotiators. that they may feel and see each other with compassion and care. We pray in all of us to let go of fear, to let go of despair, for our children do not need our despair. We pray to let go of our judgment, for we are all broken, but God uses broken things, broken soil, broken seed, to make bread we break to feed each other. Reach out beyond your despair. Reach out and love the neighbor as yourself, our neighbor next door, our neighbor across the sea. As our dear friend just said, the climate crisis is a spiritual crisis, and it goes back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Our Indigenous brothers and sisters, we pray they help us open our eyes, our ears, and our hearts. Let us embrace the love, compassion, and courage. And let us see the sacred in everything around us.
Lucy offers a prayer from the Buddhist tradition.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to start by sharing some words from my mentor, SGI President Daisaku Ikeda. Quote, "A sense of being part of the great all-inclusive life prompts us to reflect on our own place and on how we ought to live. Guarding others' lives, the ecology and the earth is the same as protecting one's own life. By like token, wounding them is the same as wounding oneself. Consequently, it is the duty of each of us to participate as members of the life community in the evolution of the universe. We can do this by guarding Earth's ecological system." End quote. Next, I'd like to share some of my own words reflecting the teachings of the Lotus Sutra. All life is precious. All life is irreplaceable. All life possesses inherent dignity and value. All life is worthy of the greatest respect. All life possesses great transformative power. I would like to conclude by chanting the title of the Lotus Sutra 3 times for the realization of respect for the dignity of life and for the success of COP28 in moving us towards achieving climate justice. Nam-myo ho renge kyo. Nam-myo ho renge kyo. Nam-myo ho renge kyo.
And I will offer you a short prayer in the South Sami. Jupmele, mien ärtse. Gudsen, jukte geino dugwaikta ikteskapenele. Jesus Kristus en kir. Vieket mien du luite dimsne viesot. Duet mien Jakoem, ge lisset mien Håkoem. Ge hök mien etsade minien. Amen.
And a song from dear Henrik, and when that's completed, we'll pray that universal prayer of peace together and go and have some taka.
have to be my microphone holder. Thank you. You know, there is always some songs that you comes back to. Oh, thank you. You don't have to be the human microphone holder anymore, even if it was nice. There is always something that you come back to in your culture that you think is important for you. And you know that you always come back to songs that mean something to you. Maybe that has to do with what kind of generation you grew up in, but also the great tradition of lending songs, remaking them to other themes, taking out some words that is more suitable to the situation. Just remind you of the Salvation Army. They did it all the time. So I borrowed this from Bruce Springsteen, who made a song, My City of Ruins, which is about grief, but also about how to come back from grief, how to come back to activity, to action. There's a blood-red circle on a cold, dark ground, and the rain is falling down. The church door thrown open, I can hear the organ song, but the congregation's gone. Our earth is in danger. Mother Earth is in danger. Now the sweet bells of mercy drifting through the trees. Young men are scattered on the corners. The window of change is closing fast, while my brother is down on his knees. Our earth is in danger. Our earth is in danger. Come on, rise up. 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 Now there's tears on the pillow where I slept, from how we live without thoughts of days to come. Without compassion and without love, tell me, how do we begin again? Our earth is in danger. Our earth is in danger. Now with these hands, with these hands, with these hands, with these hands, I pray, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, I pray, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, I pray for the strength, Lord. With these hands, I pray for the love, Lord. With these hands, I pray for the faith, Lord. With these hands, I pray for the love, Lord. With these hands, come on, rise up. 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 Come on, rise up.
So why don't we rise up If you've got the little sheet with the international prayer for peace on the back of the order of service, let's just pause with gratitude in our hearts for all who've contributed and planned for today, for the hospitality of the people of this parish, for the dear souls outside who are preparing our dinner, come along and put things out and are ready to welcome us, for all the aspirations and the yearnings of our hearts articulated in these prayers and meditations and in all of our conversations, and mindful, as we've been bidden in the prayers and meditations, to be peace builders. Let us say together, lead me from death to life, from falsehood to truth. Lead me from despair to hope, from fear to trust. Lead me from hate to love, from war to peace. Let peace fill our hearts, our world, our universe. And may it be so. Enjoy the dinner. Thank you. That was great. Thank you. That was beautiful.